Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for a reliable and efficient virtual
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview-style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land, a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be, a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City, USA. A place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, On Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA, on people of African descent prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Barbara H. Smith. My company is BHS and Associates, and we help women business leaders unleash the power of their authentic voice to attract their dream clients, build thriving businesses, and unlock unshakable confidence. And I am your moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker of the morning is the one, the only, the incomparable Dr. Eric Kelly III. He is a preeminent African-American artist of the last 3 decades. His oil on canvas work is a harmonious blend of abstract and expressionist portraits featuring pop culture icons. Furthermore, as the founder of the Black Business Olympics, Dr. Kelly has created a platform that uplifts, inspires, empowers, engages, and fosters a community where diversity, innovation, and excellence are celebrated. I'm glad to call him my friend, and his vision has paved the way for higher, brighter, more inclusive future for our youth of today. I present to you none other than Dr. Eric Kelly III.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I smile because I love to wake up and do what I do. Good morning, Barbara. How you doing?
Great rising, sir. How are you today? It's great to see you once again.
It's always great to see you. Earlier, you were talking about your business and what you do. The speaker, train, coach, expert. Barbara, before I began to talk, and I know that as we talk about the Black Business Olympics, the Black Business Expo, and the network, we oftentimes don't get an opportunity to, highlight what the moderators or the anchors, as I call them, really, really do. What would you say is your superpower?
My superpower is the ability to excavate the true talent and treasure within each business owner. I excavate it and then I highlight it to them because many times they are unclear about what they bring to the table. They're not able to articulate exactly what they do in a clear and concise way so that they attract instead of chase their clients. And so with my communication strategies and the amounts of people that I have helped, it just gives me great joy to serve others in that capacity. I also speak on different platforms, corporate training, governance, leadership, emotional intelligence, all of those kinds of things, workforce development, corporate training, and executive coaching. That's what I do, and those are my superpowers.
And as we continue to say, genius is common.
And I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks again. And, we always want to spotlight what you're doing. The Black Business Olympics is a 24-hour network. And one of the things that we're going to make sure when we start out early in the morning, we want to start out on a good note. Have you ever thought about what your day was going to be like before your day got here? And many times when you begin to think about your day before it gets to you, many times you think of great things happening. But sometimes great things just begin to happen as you get into your day. So this morning, for those of you who are first timers who don't know what the Black Business Olympics is, has never been to our broadcast, the Black Business Olympics is 7 days, and each one of those days are themed to talk about business in a way, sort of like a university. I would say more like a business plan, and sometimes an inspirational plan. Each one of the days that we present for you are days where business owners get an opportunity not only to talk about their business, but to share their lives, to share what they do. When you begin to look at each one of these days, and we're going to break those down before I get into my talk this morning, because I want you to understand what it means to understand what business is all about. When you begin to talk about what business is about, you have to begin to talk about, why did you start your business? What is the who, what, when, where, and how of your business? On Monday, we talk about inspiration, education, and empowerment. And we'll have speakers all day long from 8 o'clock this morning until 8 o'clock this evening talk about those particular issues. Then, of course, on Tuesday, what we do is we talk about advertising, marketing, public relations, merchandising, sales. And these are integral parts of your business as when you begin to look at your business, you want to look at your brand and what is that brand? And our brand is Black Business. We discuss many issues on this week, but our basic business is Black business. And so on Wednesday, we began to go from the marketing, advertising, the PR, the merchandising and sales, and we begin to go into the world of social media. 64 ways to do your business on social media, no less, as we have people from all over the globe talking about social media. And one of the unique things about the network is that many people talk about being global. We have global speakers. We have speakers from Argentina. We have speakers from Brazil. We have speakers from the UK. We have speakers from Africa. And we have speakers for North America. On Thursday, we delve into diversity, equity, and inclusion. And when we begin to talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, we also want to talk about access. And what I mean by that is, you know, if you're included, if you're talking diversity, and if you're talking equity, but you have no access, how do you begin to do business when money is one of the engines that pushes your company forward? Then on Friday, we have a discussion of Black business and the young, as I call it, the young stars, the rising stars, Generation X versus Generation Z, and how to bridge the digital and the cultural divide. As many people say during that Friday, the generational divide, as we try to merge both of these areas to begin to have a dialogue about business. Then Saturday is Black business and the culture, and Sunday is Black business and innovation and the future. And so these 7 days, we talk about business. We want you to enjoy the journey as we move forward in each one of these days. And then, of course, I like to say, welcome, welcome, welcome. And as you know, I continue to say Genius is Common. Genius is Common is a movement that's been a collaborator with us from the beginning. We started this network back in 2020 during the pandemic. And we did our first one, which was 7 days that first year. And we thought about what we were going to do with this movement. Initially, it was not scheduled to be more than once a month. But the following year, because of the pandemic, we decided to do it quarterly. And we did it quarterly. And, the first one had 36,000 people to show up. The quarter shows that we did, which was 4 during the year, expanded those numbers. And then following the next year, we did every other month. And then last year, we did every month. This year, we're working on doing 2 months as we continue to push the boundaries of progress in Black business by moving into doing 365 days, a live network, something unheard of. There may be a record that we've set because we've done over 4,000 speakers on the platform to talk about business. Those 4,000 business owners have talked about how they do business, what they do, and what they do business, how they do business, and what type of businesses that they do. For those of you who have not had an opportunity to see what we're doing this year, our streaming network is at bxtv.org. While we do stream probably about, and I shouldn't say probably, I know the number, we stream to about 20 other free networks as we continue to push the boundaries of letting people know exactly what we do. Our streaming service streams again from bxtv.org. And our connections are all over social media, YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, so many other networks that we actually send our information out to so that we can give the coverage of Black businesses globally to you and to your audiences. Now, let's talk a little bit about my presentation, because mine is about the state of Black business in the world. The state of Black business. What is the state of Black business now? How do we create a real live Black business resource for Black businesses globally? What does that look like? Is that a global business about corporate America, or is that a global business about entrepreneurship? I want to kind of break that down before I begin to talk. We have many people who go to college. We have many people who start their own businesses. One of the reasons that we do the Black Business Olympics is to raise scholarships for students and to change the dynamic that's happening in the Black community. Right now, 1 in 100,000 kids are committing suicide in North America. And the sad part about that is Black kids are the #1 group that's committing suicide. We continue to talk about the age of 18 to 24 kids that are committing suicide. We never talk about the 5 to 18 Black kids that are committing suicide. And when you sit back and begin to understand the average age on the planet, you have to understand what's actually going on. Our kids are killing themselves. The average age is 27 years old in North America, 26 in UK. In Brazil, it's 25. In Africa, it's 14. So with the advent of where the world is going, while the world is right at that 27, 26-year-old, and our Black kids are helpless and hopeless because they look at only where they are funneled in terms of opportunity, which is sports, athletics, religion, politics, somewhat. But our kids are pushed into the entertainment economy. And that entertainment economy pretty much is an economy that doesn't allow for all of our kids to be successful, because only 1% are going to be in the entertainment field that's going to be a rapper or a singer. There's only 1% that's going to be a great athlete, a basketball player, football player, a track star. There's only 1% that's going to be successful in the entertainment economy. And so we have to do something about that. And that's what the Black Business Olympics is for. And that's why we do it. I want to make sure we made that plain. Now, my conversation this morning is about your mindset. What is your mindset? What is your mind shift? And what is your mind state? And what is your mind print? These 4 are very important as you look at your life and look at your business, because many times our mindset is set before we get to the point of opening our business. And many times our mindset can be a poverty mindset, where we begin starting from the bottom, going to the top. And most business owners and other countries and other nationalities start their business competitively. And what I mean by that is they start their business right where businesses start, right at the top. Black businesses and Black people have been pushed to believe that starting from the bottom, now we're here, starting from the bottom and going to the top. But many times, most business owners start right at the top, and then they kind of trickle down into their sweet spot where they can do business. When you start from the bottom and you begin to look at your mindset, you are many times looking at how to do business by what I call doing a sale, which means that here you are, you're starting your business, and your value is a value, maybe let's say 10 years of experience, but you try to undercut your competition by giving a lesser amount of what it costs for you to do business. And then your competition says, well, if you're going to be $20, I'm going to be $15. And then you say, if you're going to be $15, I'm going to be $10. And before you know it, you have priced yourself out of your profit. And that is what I call a poverty mindset, where you're looking to feel like that you have to be lower, but you don't talk about your value. You don't share your value. You become an entrepreneur. You don't build a team. These are factors that keep Black businesses from being prosperous. And so your mindset has to be changed. But before your mindset can be changed, you have to look at what is your state of mind. And many times I talk about the state of mind, and I begin to talk about, what do you think about each day? Are you a business that's doing business to earn money, or are you a business that lives what you do? And what I mean by that is, did you open your business up and say, I'm opening this business because I believe that this business is going to be profitable? Or you open your business up because you saw somebody else with this type of business and you believed, or you saw that it was going to be profitable, so you decided you was going to go into that business. Well, when you go into a business as an entrepreneur, you basically live that business every day. It is a business where many days you don't know what the end result is going to be. And so with that being said, you have to understand that if you go into a business and you live that business, that you would do that business for nothing. So your mind state is very important. Mind state has 3 different levels. The first level is the past. How did you get to the present? I call the past a place where we spend our time, and that's where we spend our time in regret. What should I've done? How should I have done it? What did I do in my past to get to my future? And then there is anxiety, which is the future, where you're in business and you're thinking about, okay, how can I get to the bottom line? How can I earn more money? What's going to happen with the marketplace? And that's living in the future. But what I want you to do today, I want you to think about living in the today. And the today is your happiness. What you think about each and every day is who you're going to be. What you think about is what you're going to be. So let's continue to think about those 3 areas. Now, your mind shift. What is a mind shift? A mind shift is when you begin to think about what you're going to do with your business, what you're going to do with your business as it relates to your competition. And many times when I begin to talk about your mind shift, I take you into your mind print. And that mind print has 5 levels. The first level of that mind print is your subconscious mind, which is your gray print. What you put into your subconscious mind, because your subconscious mind does not have a filter, is what you're going to find. In other words, if each and every day you continue to put anger, put malice, put things are not going to work out, or something's going to happen, then that's what's going to happen each and every one of your days. You have to understand that what you put in your mind is very important, and understand that many times distractions that happen with you are part of your gray print, and so that conscious mind is very important as you get up each and every morning, and as you get ready to go to sleep at night. So these are the kinds of things that many people don't think about because they're following the follower. Somebody talks about a job and talks about how much money they're making, and they go get a job, and 40 years later, they're retiring, and they wonder, what did they do with their life and how fast life went. And so the subconscious mind, which is the gray print, is very important. The next print in your mind is what we call the red print. The red print is the lifeblood that courses through your body. It is actually how you show up. What you do when you show up. Are you on time? Are you not on time? Is your information ready? Have you taken the time to look at, what you're going to present in terms of your business? And so your red print is very important. You can't get around your red print because your red print is who you are. And so the red print is very important that you look at what your red print is. Do you consider other people before you open your mouth? Do you consider other ideas before you begin to talk about your idea? How do you lead? Do you lead from the back, or do you lead from the front? And do you listen to other people as they're having a conversation? As I oftentimes say, people don't hear you because they're listening to what they're thinking. And you don't value your value because your value is not valuable. You got to think about these things as you're moving through these steps that I'm giving you this morning. And then, of course, your blueprint. You're in business, and what is your blueprint? What is your operating system? How do you operate? How do you move? Do you move in excellence? Do you move when you want to move? What is your blueprint? Many times when I talk to business owners, they tell me things like, well, I want to do it my way. I want to do it how I want to do it. I don't want to follow the footsteps of how somebody else is doing it. I want to create it my way. Well, unfortunately, creating your way is not the way of business, because you're definitely not looking at your competition. You're not looking at how business is done. What you're looking at is not completing what I would call the process of being a great business. You're in a consulting business, and you decide that you're going to consult in your style. Okay, who's the number one consulting business in the world? How do they move? How do they advertise? How do they market? How do they do business? These are the kinds of things that you must know, because if you're in any business and you're moving in a manner that's not a great move, then you end up not reaping the benefits of your greatness. And so your blueprint is very, very important. And then, of course, your green print. And that green print is about how do you make money out of your business. If you don't have a business plan, if you're an entrepreneur, if you have not taken the time to look at, your SWOT analysis, if you have not taken the time out to look at, what your business is truly about, and you just open up a business and you believe that business is going to be great because you're great, then you're going to end up being out of business. And then, of course, your black print, which is wealth management, retirement, and of course, when you look at those two particular ones, you got to understand what is wealth management. Retirement. What does retirement look like? Does that look like you're retiring and going to another business? And what does your exit strategy look like? These are all parts of business that we want you to think about this week as we move toward this week of business owners. This week of business owners are business owners from around the globe. And we want you to take the time out and listen. But more importantly, we want you to think about, your business. as we continue to say, our brand is Black business, Black-owned businesses from around the globe. That's what we do. And we truly want to say, before all of these great speakers begin to talk, that energy is very important in what you do. Energy drives you. Energy on a frequency, and that frequency puts you where you need to be. And again, I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III. I am the founder of the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics. And I want to say to each one of the businesses before they begin to speak this week, I want to say to all of you, thank you. Thank you for taking out the time in your busy schedule to give your life's work to this audience. This is an audience that looks at how can they be more successful? What are the things that they need to do to become great leaders? What can their business contribute to our young people? As I said before, and I want you to truly think about this. You know, as I said, if you don't value your value, then your value will not be valuable. Our students are the value. If we don't value them, then they won't be valuable. Many times I talk about, you know, walking around with that computer in your pocket. I talk about, what are you going to do with that telephone? If there are young millionaires and billionaires utilizing the phone to become successful, why don't you use that phone to become successful also? These are the kinds of things that we must begin to think about. And for those of you who probably sitting there saying, well, Dr. Kelly, you talked about all that good stuff, but you didn't talk about AI. You didn't talk about the metaverse. You didn't talk about certain things. Well, that's why we have the Black Business Network. Not just for me to talk about these things, but for business owners globally to talk about the different parts of business that they are a part of. And again, as I get ready to bring on the magnificent, the beautiful, the lovely Barbara H. Smith, I want each and every one of you to, of course, you know, tune into our streaming network, bxtv.org. It's going to be a great week. We look forward to all of the great speakers. And as I continue to say, because I am truly humbled with how many people come and speak on this platform each week that we do it. We're also doing a literary portion of the Black Business Olympics in April. We're doing 2 weeks this year. Last year we did 1 week, and next year we're going to do 3 weeks, and the following year we're going to do 4 weeks to finally be a 365-day, 24-hour network. So stay tuned, and as I continue to say, you know, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. So let me ask you a question. You talked a lot about why we do the Black Business Expo and how it was created and how many times we're coming, but can you just answer one question for me? What do business owners get out of coming to this network?
Well, there are several things that you get. The first one, you get an opportunity to meet people you never would meet. You know, Barbara, when you look at speakers that are speaking from Tanzania or Benin, or you look at speakers who are speaking from Las Vegas or New York, you don't walk into their rooms or walk into their homes and meet them.
That's
these speakers that speak many times you have never heard of as a speaker. As a speaker, we give you 4,000 other contacts of speakers who speak on the network. That's critical when you start thinking about business and you're looking at, okay, what do I do with my business? You know, how do I advertise my business? How do I sell my business? Well, you don't get that opportunity when you're just in your ring. as we watch the pandemic push us into virtual world, and now we're being pushed back into our own worlds. You don't get that opportunity in your own world when your own world is in a small town USA or in a big city USA. And then one of the other things that you get that I think most people don't even understand, once you speak on a global network, you get your video and you can repurpose it on all of your networks. Most of the speakers that speak, they have 3,000 to 3,000 or maybe 4,000 friends just on their Facebook alone. We're not going to talk about all of their social media. Now imagine if the 145 speakers, all of them push their information to their audience. Gives you a new audience even without you even asking for a new audience to see your business that they've never seen before. That's why we created our streaming service, and our streaming service is streaming to about 20 social media sites. And many times people say, well, why are you streaming free, and why are you charging people to be on the subscription site? Well, I think many times when I talk about the blueprint, green print, black print, or gray print, and all these things, I think many times we miss what really goes on. And if you remember TikTok, before TikTok was great, they streamed all their stuff on YouTube and Facebook, and they put their logo down there in the corner. And then people started looking at that logo saying, well, what is that? Yes. And then started going over to TikTok, and now TikTok is a phenomenon. So when I say to people that you have to look at business, how business is done, and you have to actually look at who are the billion-dollar businesses that are happening, and then you have to replicate what they're doing, because those practices are practices that allow them to be successful. And of course, lose. Yes, and it's 9:02, so you know me in that time, and I got to get out of here. And I'll get a chance to have this conversation with you a little bit later, as we're looking at, having more conversations about what you get. And the biggest thing that you get is an opportunity to share your business with the globe. And that's more important than anything else that I could think of on a great and beautiful day like today. And as I'm gonna say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. The Black Business Expo has a mission, and its mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or our K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo fundraiser is for students. Also, they may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App symbol that you see down there in the left-hand corner. Scan that code, $Black Business Expo USA, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students register, blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, and we want to remind you to please donate to the scholarship fund. We also would like to thank our sponsors for March 2024, including NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, the Hello LLC organization, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margin McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and of course, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richer, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richer Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richer Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richer, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
And we're back. Wonderful. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder?
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Great rising business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders, corporations from around the world. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Barbara H. Smith, owner and founder of BHS and Associates. I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network, and I need you to know that the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So it is my honor and privilege to bring our first of the morning. First speakers of the morning is a fireside chat with my friend and sister, Dominique Milton, and First Lady J.
Well, thank you, Barbara. It's always a pleasure to see you.
It's always a pleasure to see you, my sweet. It has been a while since we've seen each other.
Yes, I was so excited when I saw that you would be here this morning. So we're going to bring the fire again. I have a fabulous entrepreneur that I want to introduce to everyone today. And so I am just very, very excited for everyone to meet her and to hear about her journey. So
genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Folks, if you've been following us, you know that each time we come together, I bring a different entrepreneur to the table to share their story, because it's all about exposing ourselves and growing, right? Making sure that you do something different every day to stretch your comfort muscle. That means meeting new people, learning new things, experiencing new food, whatever it is, you have to do something to stretch yourself. And so today we're going to show you how First Lady J stretched her business and how it has grown. First Lady Reverend Andrea Johnson, known as the First Lady J, is a native of Arizona. She graduated from my alma mater, HBCU Spelman College in Atlanta, Georgia, and received her BA in psychology and her Master's of Divinity with a concentration in Christian education from the Candler School of Theology at Emory University. God moved her and her husband, Bishop Lance T. Johnson Sr., a graduate of Morehouse College, I had to slide that one in there, to Charleston in September of 2000 to birth the non-denominational church that we now know as the Revelation of Christ Church, the Rock Church. Bishop J and First Lady J have been married for 24 years and have 2 children. They're also at Spelman and Morehouse. She is an ordained minister, a prophetess, and oversees the One with the Father Women's Ministry Conference and Advance. She serves as a church administrator of the Rock Church and is executive director of their nonprofit organization, Partners for a Better Community, the PBC. And that foundation gives scholarships to children. That's what we're all here for today, is to raise scholarship funds for children. But within that fund, they provide scholarships to students going to college. So we might hear more about that later. Furthermore, through their ministry, First Lady J was on Gospel Radio 106.3 WJNI here in Charleston, South Carolina, where she wrote and recorded words of inspiration and revelation from the Word of God. This opportunity opened the door for her to write 3 books, folks. First, it's Daily Professions in 2005, then Daily Professions Transform Your Life, Volume 2 in 2017, and now 21-Day Journey to Breakthrough in 2023. In 2016, she started her business, Daily Professions, which consists of devotionals and framed art, and now DP Sweet Moment Desserts. She always says, I have to have a moment with God and a moment with my dessert. And she wants to encourage people to enjoy the sweetness of His word and the sweet things in life. Ultimately, this is why God led her to revamp and redesign her brand to DP Sweet Moments, so that she could share from faith to food, an entrepreneur's journey, and help others draw closer to God and walk out their destiny also. All in all, Reverend Andrea Johnson, First Lady J, is a servant of the Lord who loves God, loves people, and has a passion to serve them both in ministry and in the marketplace. And I want to bring her forward so she can tell her story. Come on down, First Lady J. There she is. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you this morning?
I am blessed. How are you? Can you hear me?
I am blessed to be able to see you this morning.
Good. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story, and most importantly, to be here with you. I love when Black women entrepreneurs can get together and just inspire someone else. So glad to be here this morning.
Yes, and we're celebrating Women's History Month, and you're making history.
Thank you. To God be the glory.
Yes, He does. So tell us, how did you even start your journey?
So this journey started a long time ago. I remember when we were so young and we were moving back to Charleston, South Carolina to start the church, Bishop Jay and I, and we had the opportunity to go on the radio to bring his sermons on the air. When I got to the radio station, the owner of the radio station said, have you ever been on radio? God told me I would hear the person's voice who needed to go on next to read these inspirational quotes. He said, and when you open your mouth, I knew it was you. And which floored me because I was just there to support my husband. I was a 15-year educator, a teacher, didn't even see God opening the doors for this, line of business. And so from there, being on the radio, I began to write, although I always wrote in my journal since I was 16. And I began to share my devotions on air. And out of that, Professing God's Word Daily, Daily Professions, came the books, the framed art, and then eventually the dessert line. So I know.
I love how God prepares us for everything that we're supposed to do. Everything in our life is like a stepping stone, right?
Yes.
And sometimes we don't understand why we're on that journey or why we're put in that place at that moment in time, right? But then you learn when you tap into it, when you pull on the things that God has just designed in you from birth, right? Those things start to be revealed. And so you were in the right place at the right time because that's what was preordained, right?
Yes,
and
definitely.
then you took that moment and you transcended it into something else. You took those devotionals, you saved them, and then you created 3 books.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So those 3 books are so powerful. It's all about uplifting and inspiring people to get closer to God. And my first book, I was in my 20s. So for those that are on and who are streaming in today, I mean, it doesn't matter what age you are, what God has put inside of you has to come out. And I remember I was just so intrigued about my relationship with God. I wanted to get to know Him more and about my destiny. So a lot of those devotions are just raw. They're written from my heart saying, Lord, how do I handle this? How do I handle this situation? How do I grow when it came to ministry as well as in the business ventures that I knew God was putting on the inside of me and needed to come forth. So that's where that came from. And then obviously 12 years later, there's a big gap there, had 2 children. I was still teaching, 15-year educator, also became an administrator, principal, assistant principal, all of that. So life was changing. And then, it was time for me to step out once again. I remember sitting in a classroom, teaching kindergarten, looking out the window, knowing that was going to be like my last year and that God was calling me to write another book. And that's where Transform Your Life came in. So really wanted people to be able to have scriptures that they could profess on any type of topic, good or bad. And literally I write a devotion on that topic, like how to transform your life or how to shine or how to make it through hardship, and give scriptures on that topic that they can profess. And then right at the end of the week, how the Word of God has transformed their life in that area or in that subject matter. So it's a wonderful kind of a life coach type of devotional. And then, I had surgery a few years ago, and that's where the 3rd book came from. Most difficult time of my life. And I began to journal through that, which was normal for me. God, it was therapy. And it was about 2/3 of the way when I was journaling that I realized like I was going to turn this into a book. And so 21 Day Journey to Breakthrough is all about helping people break through their physical, mental, emotional pain, because sometimes it's not always physical, and how to seek God's face during that time, how to stand upon his word, even when your circumstances don't change. Because you don't always know when it's going to end. So that's a powerful devotional too, where I walk with you, share my story, and then give you a chance to write as I share scripture and really help you break through your own situation.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Powerful. So, what's funny to me is sometimes I'll say to people, everyone's a salesperson, and people are like, oh, I'm not a salesperson, right?
Yeah.
And so people think that's like a bad thing, or you have to have a certain type of personality to be a salesperson. Same thing about being an entrepreneur. When did you realize that you were an entrepreneur? Because you were a teacher, you're an educator,
Right.
you're a minister, but when did you bring on the title of entrepreneur?
I think that came obviously when I released my first book, but it really came into play, I think even more so is when I retired from being an educator after 15 years, went full-time ministry with the church. And then all of a sudden I started seeing, framed art and that creative side. I had done it in high school, making banners, right? As student body president, I had done it with my classes as a teacher, making, doing the bulletin boards and all of that. And I realized that framed art was something that was kind of my creative side of me coming out. And once I just started putting it all together, and I remember when the desserts came in, honestly, that was probably the biggest light bulb. How do desserts go with the word of God? And I found Psalms 119, verse 103 that said, how sweet is thy word. And I was like, oh my gosh, the Bible talks about sweetness all the time. It talks about even his word being like honeycomb. So it all fit together. I have to have a moment with God, a moment with my dessert. Those were natural passions of me, that I had to bake. I came from my dad's side of the family, always grew up watching him. He's a baker. And so all of those things came together. And so I honestly, when I started my business full time in 2016, I realized I am really an entrepreneur.
Right.
The book was kind of walking things out, right? But when all of those three fields kind of came together and I saw that these were naturally something that was a part of my DNA, I was like, you know what? I need to promote this. I need to share this with the world. So 2016, when I went full time, took that step of faith, left education, is when I realized that it was time for me to be an entrepreneur.
So let's talk about the journey, the walk of an entrepreneur, right? So you're one of our MBEs through CVMSDC. CVMSDC is an advocacy organization designed to help entrepreneurs grow their business. I call us an opportunity for businesses. We're an economic growth engine, is how I coin us, right? To really help you open up doors and find new pathways to get your product or service out there. So when we first started talking about the business, right? One thing that I'll share with our audience is that she always showed up ready. Right. When she showed up, she had samples of her dessert. She's toting one of those cooler bags and everybody got to taste her dessert. So she brought the quality, she showed up on time. And then I had a particular vision. I said, Andrea, I see your desserts at BMW. She's like, BMW makes cars, right? How in the world what are you talking about, Dominic? I said, no, they have a conference every year and they have to have dessert on the table. And I just see you there. Well, she took that and ran with it and showed up ready, made that presentation to the buyer, and the rest is history. Let's talk about that journey. And to our viewers, talk about being creative, stepping outside of the box that you might be in, right? Because you were selling desserts in one venue, but just broadening your horizon to be able to take those desserts to a whole nother level.
That's right. So the journey, began obviously when I started doing desserts. You're always thinking, oh, let me sell to my family or even people in our church or your community. And you realize very quickly that you cannot rely on them to be your customers. And I knew I had to go beyond that. And that's when I really started, just looking for opportunities to get, the word out there. And I think what's so powerful about that is I always say I have to have a moment with God, a moment with my dessert. Well, you have to make sure you don't miss those defining moments.
Yes.
And remember you said, I always show up ready, but you asked me that question when I did my desserts for the Black Expo here in Charleston. I saw that opportunity arise and I knew that was my next step up. At that point, I had been, selling in, through different maybe events or festivals, but I knew that was my opportunity. And so I did not miss that defining moment. And you asked me, you said, are you ready? You better be ready. And I was like, okay, I know I have to come with my A game. And out of that, we won best dessert and best display at the Taste of Black Charleston, which was huge. Well, from there came.
Well, let me pause you. Because our viewers need to understand that to be in the Black Expo, you have to donate all of the food, right? So you come out of your own pocket to put forth your items, right? So she created this beautiful display of all her desserts, but it cost her money, right? And so she had to be faithful and believe that this is going to possibly turn into something, and not knowing the outcome, right? So you set it all up and it was all for free, but look at what turned out from that. So go from there.
Yes, because from there, after winning Best Dessert and Best Display, DP was able to set up, I actually was invited. Someone had heard that I won, and they invited me to the Cooper River Bridge Run, which is huge in Charleston, South Carolina. People come from all over the world to their taste of the Cooper River Bridge Run. And they had this huge event, and I was seated next to Chicken Salad Chick. And the manager who was running that booth said, you know what? I would love for your desserts to be featured, maybe a dessert day at Chicken Salad Chick. From Chicken Salad Chick, which was a great experience. I used to go every Friday. I was in a business networking group that your husband, William Milton, invited me to join, which was a powerful chart. And I was sharing my experiences, and someone said, I know someone who runs Ladles, a soup company, and restaurants. So from there, I went to Ladles. Well, Ladles turned into 6 ladles. So from Taste of Black Charleston at Black Expo came Cooper River Bridge, then Chicken Salad Chick, then ladles. So it turned into doing 6 different ladles every week. But again, when you're doing wholesale, which that made me go for my wholesale license. Of course, I had to have my DHEC license. All of those moves, all of those moments helped me propel my business forward and make sure I had everything in place so I could be legit, right? That's very important.
You had to have a professional kitchen.
That's right. I had to have a professional kitchen, commercial kitchen to prepare those desserts into. And so when it came time, I was already in mode. So when it came time, when you presented the idea of BMW, I thought, wow, that seems so huge, but I knew we could do it. I knew that our desserts had already reached the masses in Charleston. They were absolutely amazing. They were award winning. And so, but here's the task, right? Here's the shift. This is creating a moment for those that are listening. I remember one CVM SDC, which I am an MBE, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be a part of it for the past 5 years. We went to an event, and remember you gave us those cooler bags, or whoever it was, Atrium. Somewhere, Altria
bags, right.
Yeah, they gave us those as a gift at a small event, these cooler bags. Well, I kept my one cooler bag and I said, I can use that cooler bag. And I now call it the shot glass effect. We created a moment. We took small 2-ounce shot glasses, which we had done for like baby showers or weddings. And we filled them with dessert. My husband and I, he had a bag, I had a bag. We filled them with dessert, small spoons, and everyone we met at the BMW Supplier Diversity and even at CVM SDC events, we would give a shot glass to, because that's our biggest market, right? And people have to taste your product. So, it's different when you're in ministry and you're communicating the word of God and you can open your mouth. But when it comes to desserts, people need to taste it.
They need to taste it.
I had to pivot in that respect. I had to shift, and we did. And from there, people began to taste our desserts. So by the time and I remember I gave a box to Louise, and who was the oversupplier diversity at the time of BMW, so she could have her own personal box. Like, we were not playing.
That's right.
Yeah. And then when it came to matchmaking in Virginia that year, Lance and I, my husband, Bishop J, we stayed up all like half the night going over our pitch, making sure we had it right. So when we got in front of them, we were ready to not only share our desserts, but talk about how we can scale and how we can bring that made from scratch award-winning flavor, maintain the high quality for such a large event, because it was going to be over 2,400 desserts.
Right.
So, and awesome. That's how we shifted. Yeah.
So let's pause it. What a beautiful story. What a beautiful story. So to our listeners, you have an idea, you have a product. It's a great product, right? But how do you get people to taste it or experience it, right? And then how do you shift your mindset from going from several stores where you're providing desserts to being on a huge scale where you have one order, one day, 2,400 desserts, right? In front of the entire audience.
Yeah.
And that means, as you said, crafting your presentation, you had to have a pitch deck to pitch it, you have to know your expenses. You have to know what it's going to cost you to make those desserts and what you need to charge for those desserts. And you need, when you know those things, and you can be firm in what you're asking for, right? If you don't, if you walk into it blindly, you might sign up for a contract in which you're losing money. Right. So you need to understand the numbers behind what you're doing. That means your cost structure and then where you want to go. And what we're trying to do in our organization is to get people thinking bigger and bigger. Right. It's one thing to know how to fish, but it's another thing to own a fishing processing plant where you're bringing other people in, because you had to employ other people to make that happen. Right. And so now you have this huge contract and you're able to employ other people, and now they're getting paid. Right. So now you've created an engine, an economic engine where you're growing and you're helping other people to grow. So now, has that contract grown?
Yes, that contract has grown. We got it that first year, and we've done it 3 years in a row, which has been unprecedented. That's right. They've never had a dessert vendor. And we've also become a BMW Tier 1 supplier.
So and this is huge, folks. And so for all of our listeners, if you have a product or service and you can get to the BMW supplier event, just Google it, right? BMW Supplier Diversity. It's a free event, but it's just the ultimate event. There's usually 2,000 to 3,000 people there. They have A-list speakers. And when you register, first of all, you get listed in their directory. And then after you get listed in their directory, you come, and there's like 3 football fields full of people that you could potentially do business with, because it might not be BMW you're doing business with. It could be one of their Tier 1 suppliers. Now Andrea is a Tier 1 supplier to them, right? So you might have sugar, or you might have plastic cups, and she might need to use your plastic cups. So you got to think about the layers that make something come to market, right? So she has desserts, but in order to get her desserts on the table, she has to have cups. She has to have spoons. She has to have a lot of different things that somebody else out there might be making or supplying, right? So it's a whole ecosystem that we're talking about, right? So now I remember the day where you called me up and you said, Dominique, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to have to go back to work full time and do this part time. And I said, hold on. If you do that, you need to understand that you're putting the brakes on your business. Okay. Because if it's not all or nothing, you could risk the trajectory of your business. Right. And so you thought about it. I know you prayed about it, right? You talked to your husband about it, and you decided, okay, I'm going to stay the course. Yeah. And that staying the course, not having a plan B in this regard, really helped you to catapult your business. Talk about that moment for you.
Yeah. So that moment for many was around COVID. You remember when everything shut down. So when you think about, especially, I had just begun the dessert company and part of the business for DP, for Daily Professions. And so DP Sweet Moments was the main bread and butter of the business. And when COVID hit, all events stopped. No one was having any type of events. Even in the restaurants, people weren't even coming out to restaurants. So even though I was with 5 or 6 different restaurants at the time, I knew, I was like, how are we going to maintain? And so at that, as far as my business is concerned. So at that time, I began to second guess, what God had called me to do. And I'll never forget when I made that phone call to you. And one of the key words that we learned, even in CVM SDC, and I thank God for all of the education through CVM SDC, Sunoco Leadership Academy, University of Richmond, all of those happened during the course of COVID. Being in those classes for me helped inspire me to hear other entrepreneurs' story, to hear how they were pivoting, helped me pivot. And at that time, I started doing pop-ups. I was like, all of a sudden, we got the idea. And thank God for, like I said, my husband, he's the COO. He's operations. And he was like, you know what? Just Ladles may not be open, but send it out to all your customers that you'll be outside at Ladles.
That's right. That's right.
And they were fine with that. And I started doing pop-ups, and that kind of regenerated the business. People started ordering because they realized that it's in such a tough time that they needed a sweet moment.
That's right.
And that was powerful because I realized that it was more, like I said, than just a product. That's so important. I realized that it was my passion. And when I say I have to have a moment with God, a moment with my dessert, I mean that. Like when I do desserts, I do it with excellence. I know people feel the love when they taste it, and people begin to, once I begin to really promote that and to share that message, people are like, oh my gosh, yes, we've been missing your desserts. Oh my gosh, we were wondering where you were. And it just opened up, that communication with my customers again.
Very good.
So yeah, that was a trying time, but we made it.
Yeah. So two things that you touched on, and congratulations for making it through. But two things you touched on was the importance of working on your business, right? Going to developmental programs. And so when you join up with advocacy groups, we help you to develop your business. And so we have developmental programs that will help you tear your business plan apart and rework it. Andre has gone through is it 2 or 3 that you've gone through?
I've gone through 2.
Do 2 of them, University of Richmond and Sunoco, right? So we pay the fee for you to go to those programs. It's so important for you to pause and figure out how to work on your business versus just constantly, turning the wheel and working in your business, because you get a different view when you step outside and you look in and you have consultants to help you through that. And the other thing that you said that was important is you learned how to pivot. We need to understand how to pivot when things go astray, right? COVID came. How did you pivot? What did you have to do? So those 2 things are important. And then also, we didn't talk about this, but being able to scale your business. If you're used to being able to do 500 desserts a week and somebody calls you up and says, I need 2,400 desserts in one day, what do you do?
Yeah, that is so important. And honestly, after being with restaurants for a few years, I realized that it wasn't enough to scale the business. And so that's when I really started focusing on more corporate clients, like South Carolina Aquarium, like Altria, like IFA. I started really going after those corporate customers. And I realized that I needed to do that by not only changing our menu. That was huge. We increased how many, different desserts we offered as well. And then we also made sure that you kind of make sure you're in connection with people that can open those doors for you. If you stay in the same arena, the same platform, if you're talking to the same people, just who you're with at the time, then you're going to stay in the same spot. But what University of Richmond really taught me, and our professor was amazing, you have to start talking to people who are above you, who are in different arenas than where you are. And so I began to start talking to other corporate companies, people who were giving their desserts, even how their products may have been in that corporate company's refrigerators, whatever it was, to broaden my scope of what DP Sweet Moments could actually do. And that was so eye-opening for me, because you have to start weighing your options. That's what pivoting is. Start thinking outside the box, creating that moment, but also seizing the moment. And saying, hey, we could move beyond where we are right now. And that's what working on your business is about. I always take at least one day, actually Mondays is my day to work on my business. Plan, send out emails, write down in my planner, whatever I need to do, and say, what phone calls do I need to make? Who do I need to connect with this week? What is my goal for the month, for the quarter, for the year? Where am I at right now in regards to that? You have to do that and make sure that you have those connections with people that can take you higher. Like my connection with you. I just absolutely love you. I love how you carry the vision of CVM SDC for all of us as MBEs and as corporate partners, and making sure that, the responsibility is there, that we've got to, not only uplift, but we got to make sure we bring it too. So that's powerful.
Well, thank you for that. And I love you. I love the fact that you always bring your A game, right? So I can't help people who can't help themselves. But when the people that we're working with understand the value in what they present, and they present it well, that it just makes my job easier, right? Because anytime I call you, you are ready, absolutely ready. So let's step back. If you were to start your business all over again, what advice would you give to business owners that are listening?
I love this question, and I'm so glad that you asked it, because I know at this point, if I was to do things differently, one of the things I would do, I had a creative partner, which is a blessing. I think whenever you have someone that you can go into business with, who has your back, who has your best interest in mind, we were able to do that with my husband as a husband and wife team. And that was a blessing. But one thing I would do differently in addition to that is I would find someone early on who really had a passion for, excelling and working with me on a daily basis, a weekly basis, to grow my business. A lot of times when you have that vision and that passion, you just want to go after it and you carry it for too long on your own.
Okay.
And that's where the heavy weight can come in. Or when things like COVID happen, you're like, oh my gosh, how can I shift? Well, if you have a support team or people around you that can help you shift, it's a lot easier, I think, when you go through trying times like that. So I would definitely bring on at least 1 or 2 people earlier on that could have helped me pivot. Now, joining CVM SDC was increasing my circle. Honestly, that was it's, and I'm glad about that revelation just sitting here right now.
Right.
We come into that platform or into that, into the CVMSC, into the organization as individual business owners, but being a part of an organization like Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, you broaden your circle. All of a sudden you have people on your team. You have people that believe in what you're doing, and can help propel you forward, help educate you, help give you opportunities, open doors, and just expose you to the marketplace in ways that you've never dreamed. So I know that I want to continue to grow. So that's the one thing I would do differently early
Very
on.
good. Very good. Well, let's explain a little bit more about CVMSDC to our viewers. We are a nationwide network of advocacy groups, right? So there's 23 presidents across the country that look like me. And we are here to serve business owners, right? And so we're part of NMSDC, the National Minority Supply Development Council. And folks, we've been around for 52 years, right? So we are here. And somebody asked me recently, like, so what do you get out of helping us? It's like, we're solely here as a nonprofit to help your businesses grow, to make sure the doors are open in these corporations, that when there are contracts that go out to bid, that you have an opportunity to bid on them, that you're developed, that, you go through these developmental programs and that you're ready for these contracts, that you have connection opportunities. We have huge events. We have an event coming up in August in Virginia Beach where we have about 400 business owners and corporations there to meet you, right? And you're going to have speakers that talk to you about how do you change your mindset? How do you grow your business? So we provide resources basically for free. The membership costs maybe $400 a year, but what you get in return, Andrea says she's been to 2 of our programs. That's $10,000 I've invested in her business.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Right. That's life transforming.
Good. And so I want you to talk about your foundation a little bit, because this program that you're on today, we're here to building scholarship funds for students. And to me, education is the number one thing that can really just change the trajectory of your life, right? When you educate yourself, no one can take that away from you. And so it's so important for our young people that are listening to understand how they need to gain their own personal power through education. Let's talk about your foundation and how you've been able to bless others.
Sure. We've been so excited. Back in 2004, we started the Partners for a Better Community. And it's all about partnering together with other businesses, organizations, churches, to meet the needs of the Low Country and the Charleston area, the Tri-County area. And so we've been able to do that through 5 core programs. We have our Mentoring Minds program, which actually we bring in career professionals to speak to our middle school students. We partner with the C.E. Williams Middle School right now in the Charleston area. We have our Thanksgiving outreach, our Christmas blessing. We partner with area elementary schools, their principals and their guidance counselors, and select families that are in need for the holidays. And then we also have our free health screenings day, where we offer free healthcare and for those in the community. That's actually coming up in the last Saturday of April 27th. And so from there, we're tapping every group. And then our high school group is where our scholarships come in. We want to make sure we further their education. And we started a scholarship after my husband's mother, my mother-in-law, God rest her soul, Emma W. Johnson. And that was our first scholarship. It started as a book scholarship, and now it has grown into a $2,500 scholarship. And it's based on community service. She was huge in community service. She used to actually go in people's homes and teach them, even when girls were pregnant. Back in the day, she was that person to travel and go in the homes. She was a 30-year English teacher at Burke High School and C.A. Brown. So much history. And then we've started to partner with other organizations to promote our scholarships. So George Sink is one of our major partners for the Partners for a Better Community. And
that's a large law firm here.
Yes. And we run his scholarship. He actually asked us to run a scholarship for him through through our nonprofit, the George Sink Valor Award. And so we offer those scholarships, and that's for people who have overcome struggle and have overcome tragedy and still maintained a 3.0. So with those scholarships, we have given people the opportunity, high school seniors, to apply for them and to make sure that they are ready to go on to the next level. And then we also have our PBC Golf fundraiser every year in August, where we have all kind of corporates that participate, and we use that to raise funds for all of our core programs, so we can continue to give out those scholarships. So powerful, powerful engine. And I love how the PBC is connected, right? Because even with PBC, I'm able to donate, my desserts. I'm able to different events that we do. DP Sweet Moments can come into play there, as well as partner with other organizations when it comes to ministering to women in need.
Yes.
I've even done that with my books. And then, as you know, our women's conference for 23 years that we've done one with the Father. So we're able to parlay that nonprofit in so many different ways and help meet the needs of youth everywhere. And also, I love it because we give them the opportunity to volunteer. So if you're a scholarship winner, you have to volunteer in 2 of our 5 core programs. So we give it back, and then we want to teach them that they need to give back too.
So for our listeners, here we've learned how she took skills that she had. She's writing daily devotional, she's on the radio, taking those skills and turning that into a business. Okay. Right. So a lot of people will say, oh, I want to do XYZ business, and they don't have any experience behind that. But you took the experiences that you had and you parlayed that into a business, wrote those books, right? And then you took that and you parlayed it into a dessert business.
Right.
Okay? And diversity is key, right? Because you can't just do one thing.
Right.
You have to be able to have different avenues, so that if one thing goes down, the other thing can go up, right? So then you took desserts, and that has grown from local to now working with corporations, where you really get the bulk of your paycheck, right, coming in, so you can support other businesses. And then you develop the foundation, right? And so now you're covering multitude of areas, reaching out to the community, giving back, paying it forward, as I like to say, to make sure that you have a well-rounded business plan, right? So kudos to you for that. In closing, what advice would you give to our listeners about building and growing a business and sticking to it versus saying, I'm going to throw in the towels. This day is taking me out and I can't do it anymore. That's what a lot of business owners will do. And most businesses fail within the first 5 years, right? So you stood the test of time. So what closing advice do you want to give to your listeners?
Yes, I'm so excited because this year, I went full time in 2016. So it's 7 years now. It'll be 8 years in May, really taking that leap of faith. And I will say what has kept me, I'll just say personally, even as the owner of Daily Professions and DP Sweet Moments, is knowing your vision, knowing your purpose. You have to be clear on that. And why you're there. I know that I am here to encourage, uplift, and inspire. I know that I am here to give people that moment with God and a moment with their dessert. That keeps me going. I know that when it comes to paying it forward, when I stand in front of children in Mentoring Minds and tell them about my business, right, through our nonprofit organization, I'm helping inspire someone else who might say, hey, I just thought I was baking in my kitchen, but this can actually be something that actually, funds my whole life.
That's right. That's right.
And love doing it. And so I would say to anyone who's watching today, know your vision. I love the scripture that says, write the vision and make it plain so that, whoever reads it can run with it. And so in the same way, know your vision, write it down, stick to it, know your purpose, make sure you're doing what's a passion for you, not just what you think will work, because at the end of the day, if you're just doing it for money, that will not keep you, because there will be ups and downs. But if you know your purpose and you know what you have a passion for, and you're clear about that vision, then there's nothing that can deter you from that. When you know it's something that God has given you, you can walk and fulfill your destiny. It creates an expectation like you've never known. And that's where I'm at right now. I'm like, okay, God, what can we do next? I want to see all that he has done. I want to be able to stand, at the end of the day and say, I lived it all out full scale. So I hope that blesses someone here today.
I hope so too. Thank you so much for being with us today. Now, how will our listeners get your desserts? Do you ship?
Yes, we do ship nationwide. So you can go to dailyprofessions.com And you can look at all of what we offer from our books, our framed art, and our desserts. And you can also reach us at 843-410-9019. You can give us a call there as well. And then all social media platforms, Instagram, Daily Professions by First Lady J. And on Facebook, you can look up Daily Professions as well. And we're also on TikTok as DP Sweet Moments.
Excellent. Thank you so much for blessing us this morning, First Lady J. I've tried her desserts numerous times. I have all of her books. And trust me, it's a great treat, a sweet moment with God. So thank you so much for being here today. Barbara, welcome back. You know,
Thank
as always,
you so
we bring
much.
new talent. Yes.
You don't have to wonder if anybody was blessed by this conversation. Because if nobody was blessed by this conversation, this girl here was blessed by this conversation. And you spoke about how to get in contact with you so fast. I want you to slow that phone number down, or the email address, or the website, so that we get it. One more time.
I sure will. So you can reach us for our website, dailyprofessions.com. Our phone number is 843-410-9019. You can also email us at dailyprofessions@gmail.com. And all social media platforms, you can look up Daily Professions with an S by Andrea Johnson on Facebook, Daily Professions by First Lady J on Instagram. You can see it was developing stages, and also DP Sweet Moments with an S on TikTok.
First Lady J, you have been a phenomenal guest. As usual,
Thank you.
Dynamic Dominique brings the best to the platform. And so I'm super excited to have you both here. And Dominique, I'll be reaching out to you as well, because I've been a little stagnant on my business end. But anyway, we're going to be better in this new quarter. I am so grateful to have met you, Dr. Lady J, First Lady J, and I'm so grateful for Dominique Milton always bringing the best of the best, the creme de la creme, to the Black Business Expo.
Well, thank you.
It is time now to say and to farewell to you. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
On the other side.
Bye.
Take care. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Wow, 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 wow is all I can say. It was a phenomenal interview, fireside chat with Dominique Milton of CVM SDC and First Lady J of Daily Professions. Yes, and I wrote that number down so that I can have it. We are live today on the Black Business Expo, and we have a mission. We have a mission to donate to a scholarship fund. We also want to thank our sponsors. We're donating to the scholarship fund first to get to the donation page, blackbusinessexpousa.com. It's blackbusinessexpousa.com, or scan the QR code in the corner of the screen for $BBX USA. That's $BBX USA. Every dollar counts. Our students can go to the same website, blackbusinessexpousa.com, in order to sign up for the scholarships. The scholarships, we are attempting to raise monies for the students that are in K through 12 as entrepreneurs, or students going to college. So please, please, please donate to the scholarship today. In addition, we want to and will thank our sponsors for March 2024, and they include NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, the Hello LLC organization, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council. Yes, that's a mouthful, and they were just here to help entrepreneurs become minority business enterprises. Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global. I love saying that. Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and of course, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Akwanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we developed a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professional Not assistance, because assistance can only assist you, but the virtual professional can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Great rising, good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Barbara H. Smith. I am the CEO and founder of BHS and Associates. I am also your business moderator for this morning. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over these United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is no stranger to the Black Business Network. He is Grant McGaugh, the CEO of 5-Star BDM. And he has made significant contributions to the technology, business, and healthcare industries. With a solid foundation from DeVry Institute of Technology, he has excelled in leveraging innovative digital solutions to enhance branding and engagement. Notably, Grant has had influential roles as the program chair of South Florida HIMSS and past president of the National Association of Healthcare Executives. Underlying his commitment to advancing healthcare information and management and leadership within the sector. His leadership at 5-Star BDM reflects a deep dedication to creating impactful digital experiences, while his work in healthcare emphasizes his commitment to improving industry standards and promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Help me bring to the platform Grant McGaugh.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you doing?
Grant, good to see you, my brother. Once again, we are together on a platform. I'm super excited to have this fireside chat with you. I saw TJ in the background. Is he coming on, or is it just me and you?
I think it's going to be me and you. TJ is in the back talking to Dr. Kelly. Okay. But if he brings him up, we'll go ahead and talk to TJ as we get started this morning. I am just happy to see your face. I have not seen you in a few months, and I'm thrilled. I am thrilled.
I'm beyond thrilled because I want to get right into this interview because I have some personal questions that I think you might be able to help me with my own business. That's a little selfish for this moment, but I'm going to be a little selfish for this moment. I want to know how you got started. What's your origin story? How did you come up with this vision that propelled you to this venture?
You know, it's interesting as we go through this walk called life. That you don't always realize that you're picking up golden nuggets, golden wisdom, and insights, not only for yourself, but will eventually help you to help others.
That's fact.
And that's a fact. It's a true fact. You go through different seasons in your life where you're learning certain things. And then you go through seasons where you're just, you're really focused on earning. You've got to get those dollars. You've got to get those promotions. You've got to get those new clients. You've got to just build. And then you go through those seasons that you give back, right? So you just kind of return. I learned that from one of our guests that was on here, Daphne Jones. She's very, very good at that. I think we all goes through these seasons. So as I went through my season, I realized back in 2019, now I've been in business development for Fortune 500 companies in the IT information technology space for 25 years. And I've learned a great deal about the life cycle of product development to the point where you now bring it to market, when you then got to go through the life cycle of it actually in action and having that customer satisfaction and being able to bring the actual ROI to life, have it happen. Like, wow, we invested in this. It was an idea. We brought it into our business. We implemented it. And lo and behold, it actually did bring the great fruits of profits to our business. And that's a good feeling. And as you go through that for others, you start to realize, you know what, I can do that for a lot of different people. And I was thinking about it in the background, but as I got into this last decade, meaning the decade from 2010 to 2020, I began to start thinking about my future. What does the future start looking like for me? And what that's going to look like. And you know how you go through life and all of a sudden life tells you, like, you're not going to think about this. You're going to have to do this, right? So in 2019, I went through a layoff. I was at a Fortune 500 company. And even before that, and I always love telling this story because it's so important. Because what was happening in that decade, that last decade from 2010 to 2020, was a digital technology explosion in the world of mobile compute and also social media, and was really starting to gain traction. people didn't really look at it as a business tool, but it was starting to become a way of transference of business products and services like never before. And I was at a training at a very large telecom company, and during that training, I just joined the company. Typically, they take you through training. You know, you're going to learn the company spiel, the product and the services and what they're all about and how you're going to be successful. And one of the things that they did is that they showed me in a class for about 3 days how to utilize LinkedIn as a social media tool for business development. And it was an eye-opening experience. I'll never forget that when he showed me. This is 2014 now, right? LinkedIn was still really looked upon like a little monster.com. And Indeed, you put your job posting up and people would like, hey, yeah, I want to hire you or I need somebody. And that's kind of what the platform was kind of looking like and kind of morphing into, but it was starting to go through a change. And he had told us, he said, well, who in this class, who are you looking to do business with? You know, we raised our hand like, yeah, I want to do business with the vice president of so-and-so, company, vice president of information technology. I want to be able to have a conversation with them. And he said, all right, that's wonderful. That's great. Let's pull him up on LinkedIn and see who we're talking about. So he showed a business profile of a senior executive at a pretty prestigious company. He has the well-crafted, headshot. He has this beautiful banner in the background. He's got this wonderful title. He's got his about story that says what he's about, what his mission is. And he's got this beautiful resume that he's got in his experiences on his platform. So take a look at this guy. I said, yeah, that's the guy I want to do business with. He said, great. Now let's take a look at your profile. So
I already know where this is going.
Oh, it was startling. It was startling. I come up there, I got a full body shot. It looked like I looked like I just walked out of Starbucks or something like that. It just nothing professional about me at all. I just had a regular casual attire on. I had no banner page in the background. It just basically said Grant McGaw, IT sales guy, and had my regurgitated resume there. And it was just nothing outstanding at all about my LinkedIn profile. And he basically looked into said, why would this person do business with you?
Right.
And it was pretty, and he was like, this has nothing to do with a lot of things that people, put out there about, culture and fit and this and that. It's like, look, you are not ready for business. You would not show up to this person's office for a meeting
looking like that. Right.
Looking like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
presentation is everything. You know that, Grant.
100%. But you don't think about it. You weren't. My mindset's not thinking like this. When you're on LinkedIn, and I want my audience to understand this. When you're on LinkedIn, you are in a business environment. You are in a business office. Whether you realize it or not, you're showing up for business. And if you don't look like you're showing up for business, you won't have any business. I mean, not on this platform.
You need to say that again loud and proud for the people in the back.
100%. I look at your profile, man, you go type in Barbara H. Smith. She looking like she coming for business. She says exactly what she's about. She's got a beautiful profile. It shines. It just really comes out. But a lot of people don't do that. Now this is 2014.
Right.
And I'm thinking through it. So I started to utilize this new skill. It's a new muscle. You know what? Mm-hmm. I'm going to put this on top of my funnel. I'm not going to just do a lot of phone calls. I'm not going to do just a lot of emails. I need to put this on top of funnel of how to use social selling.
Pause right there because you just said something huge. You said, I'm going to put this, what's the this, on top of my funnel. What do you mean by that? For people who don't understand what we're talking about, you said, I'm going to put this on top of my funnel. What does that mean and how do you do that?
Oh, man, this is content and it's social selling. most sales pipeline, I'm talking business development. And if you are in business, you're an entrepreneur, you are in business development, whether you want to realize it or not. You've got to become adept at sales.
That's
You've
right.
got to become a CEO basically is the chief sales officer. They are the point of contact. They are the face of their business.
That's right.
And you've got to know how to have communication and know how to differentiate yourself in a manner that's going to get attraction and then be able to tell your business story.
Pause right there. You talking my lane right there, Brad. You talking my lane right there. Pause right there. You got to pause right there because I'm sorry I got passionate and excited about it. It took me so long, Grant, to understand that I'm a salesperson. And what I want entrepreneurs out there to understand is stop saying just sales. We are servants. When you have a product or service, chime in with me if you agree, Grant. When you have a product or service, you owe it to people to tell them about it. You owe it to people to show them a better way to do what they're doing. What I do is communication, and I help people with that because so many people, including myself, and that's why I'm passionate about it, had not been crystal clear on their vision, on their mission, and how they show up when someone asks them, so what do you do? If you're not clear on what service, whether you're a product or service, if you're not clear on what you sell, what you serve to the community, what you serve to the business audience, what you serve to the marketplace, your business will fail.
100%. And it's here, and the keys to failure, especially in a digital first society, a digital first economy. Remember, this is a morph and a change. I'm taking you through this story from 2014 to 2019 to 2024. We are in a digital first economy. We've got to understand how to do business in a digital platform. So when I meant top of funnel, that means everything I was doing up to that point, and with a lot of people, their sales motion went something like this. You had phone calls, you had emails, you had even called snail mail. That means you got letters in the mail, right?
Yes.
And then you had physical networking. You go out and business cards, conferences, things of that nature. What you did not, where you were not doing is content creation on digital platforms. Because the audience, remember, what is the frequency of people opening your email that are accepting a phone call that you're going to be able to see at a networking event? It works, but it's smaller reach. Digital platform, I am able to reach, just like right this second, a worldwide audience.
That's right.
My reach is exponentially greater. And if you think about this, especially right now, who are you going to open an email from? Somebody you know, somebody you don't know. Definitely not somebody you don't know. And people continually solicit you with emails that you have zero clue who these people are. They're just making an assumption that you may or may not like this. And for some odd reason, they think this is effective. And I'm like, it isn't.
Well, it's effective only if they know you. So you have to warm that audience up, like you just said, because I got right now 33,780 emails in my email box. And that's embarrassing that are not open because I don't know you like that.
No, you don't know them. And it doesn't work. It's out of order. Somebody told me this is so important. Everybody has one of these. You have a cell phone. But guess what? In order to dial up Grant McGaw, you have to know his exact phone number. So if you are doing things out of order, you're not going to get your ideal client on the phone. You're not going to connect with them. So you email, to your point, emailing at the right time. I'm not saying email is a bad tool. It isn't. but use it in the right way. Phone call, not bad. Doing physical networking, none of that's bad. But I tell you one thing, when I walk into a room, people know who I am. And why do they know who I am? Through the content that I create on my social media through LinkedIn. I've already done 50% or more of the thing that you have to do when you're presenting yourself to someone who really doesn't know you and they need to know about you. You as a communications specialist understand exactly what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's so critical. And you said something else that I want the audience to not gloss over. And that is that we are now in a digital economy. And not only is that crucial, but there's another shift happening that some of us are not jumping on the bandwagon. We're not aware of, we're not paying attention to. And that is that this new wave of digital economy is all about artificial intelligence. If we don't embrace, especially us, this community that we're in, if we don't embrace these tools, we're going to be again left behind. I can't emphasize this enough. I guess, Grant, because it's easier for me to grasp a hold of the technology because I spent 20 years as a senior systems engineer. I think they call me senior because I was old, but anyway, senior systems engineer. But it's not just the technology, it's so much easier to use the technology, and it's evolving at such a rapid pace that if we don't pick it up and we don't run with it, we are going to be left. We as a community, we talk about how our dollar doesn't stay in our community, but for 6 hours, we're going to lose even more market share if we don't get on board with this technology. What's your take? What's your thoughts?
Well, this is an opportunity. This is a golden opportunity, which you open your eyes to what you just said. There are certain things that happen in life over time that are windows of change. And when I'm talking about that, we're talking about different revolutions in time. We had the agricultural revolution. We had the manufacturing revolution. We've had information technology now for probably, I would say, 30 years. But this is becoming what we call intelligent technology.
Yes.
This is a total game changer. Do not get it twisted. It's already revolutionizing the world.
Yes.
But if you think about how this changed our lives in the last 10 years, as I talk about how social media has changed our lives, artificial intelligence will radically change the business landscape. If you're on top of it, you're going to ride that wave to a much higher plateau. And this is what I was saying earlier. I started to realize this back in 2014. I started to have to implement this from 2014 to 2019 to utilizing content creation on social media to get awareness about who I am and what I do.
Mm-hmm.
So at the time that I went through a layoff in 2019, I already kind of knew what I needed to do, but I got confirmation from my networks like, Grant, we love how you brand yourself. Can you do business with us? And what I realized, what he was saying is, I don't have a presence in Florida for my small business. You've already crafted and created an incredible network. I didn't realize how powerful a network, or I would say its worth is. I had a network of over 20,000 different people congregated in healthcare and information technology, in which people that sell to that sector would love to have a ready-made, curated audience for them to then say, hey, Grant, I can work with you, and I can now promote my product and services through your network, and guess what? I'll pay you for that. That is the beginning of 5-Star BDM.
That's why it's not just a slogan that your network is your net worth. You just demonstrated it.
Yeah, 100%. It's and especially now because of the visibility. You have 24/7 visibility, where before you did not. Remember, the average time someone's going to open an email, even if they know you, is 2 days, right?
Right.
So, and the average time is actually somebody actually picking up your phone and actually listening to your voicemail is maybe, depending on who you are, maybe a day or so. It's time. Right. Speed to market is everything. When you have 24/7 coverage, like we're doing now on the Black Business Network, the opportunity to present your product and service and the why that you are in business is exponential. So going back to what you just said with artificial intelligence, and I want the audience to truly hear what I'm saying when it comes to AI. We are training AI.
That's
not
right.
just the companies. The companies put out a algorithm and a software, but guess what? You are giving it the input.
That's
I
right.
tell Google about me. When you Google Grant McGaw, guess what? Everything you read about that is from me. I'm telling it what to say about me, and then itself promotes me throughout the Google network. I love Google.
But we do have to be careful. We do have to be careful. There's some ethics issues. I don't want to talk about them right this minute because I got some other questions I want to ask you, but I did want to make that statement. We do have to be careful not to put our specific personal things out on the ChatGPT or Gemini, whatever it is. And I said it so fast. It's ChatGPT, for those who don't know what we're talking about in artificial intelligence, to input things that you're asking questions. And I use it literally multiple times a day. I'm just going to say that. I'm getting more happy with Gemini for some reason, but in any event, both of those tools help me to craft my content better. And it's not that I just put something up and let it tell me what I want it, what it wants to say. It's that I give it my inputs and it gives me a different flavor. And then I can choose and pick and choose what I will use and what I won't use for AI. You have a unique personal branding service. Can you explain the process and why is it important for professionals today?
I'm glad you asked that question, Barbara. What makes me unique, what I lead with, because when you say digital marketing agency, digital marketing strategist or something like that, it puts you in a pool of only maybe like 20 other million people. That's not a differentiator, right? What's my differentiation?
It's a small number of people in the marketplace, right?
Yeah. Just, it was like, go ahead, Grant. Get out there with 20 million people that have been doing it for 50, 100 years, and good luck with that, right? So what I do is personal branding. That is my flagship. And I do that in conjunction with my personal brand podcast, which has gotten now world-class acclaim. We actually won an award in 2023 as one of the top 10 podcasts in the world for personal branding. And why is that? That is because I showcase people. I showcase professionals. I showcase entrepreneurs about their story and their why and why this is important along 7 different categories. And that could be business development, career development, personal branding, brand mastery, technology, innovation, financial empowerment, and executive presence. I learned people like to listen and understand from other people that are interesting. And so I said, I am going to showcase people because most people do not craft or have a crafted personal story in which they can articulate. You can appreciate this.
There you go again, Grant. You in my lane, down my street. You got my house number and everything.
I didn't need AI for that either. See that? But this is important knowledge to have. And when you know how to showcase people, it's important and help them. We are getting more and more people into the entrepreneurial world. They call it the gig economy. More and more people are moving from a W-2 employee to be a more 1099 or doing their own business because it's important, because it's a survival tool, because the workforce is becoming more and more volatile. So you've got to be able to
Pause right there. You said 3 things that I want you to go back to. We are becoming more and more of a gig society. That's one. This is a volatile time in the workplace because it used to be people worked 30, 40, 50 years, got a pension and went home and sat down. That is not this, and this is not that. And then the third thing you said is people are moving more to this workspace where they're their own boss. I want you to dig a little bit more into that. The whys behind WHY, the whys, not WISE, the whys behind, because you're wise if you do this, the whys behind people are doing that. Why is that, Grant?
There's a big shift, and we saw it during post-COVID. They call it the Great Resignation.
Right? Yes.
People had a time to think about their lives. You think you had 2 years sitting at home in front of a screen and think about, what am I doing? Why is this important? And so the big question is purpose. I have a purpose. And you begin to realize, especially when you know people have passed away and that type of thing, like, you know what, life is short.
Yes.
And my time is valuable.
Yes.
And how I spend my time is up to me. And I need to spend my time with people and things that I care about and they care about me. And what you find out in business, and I want my business, and when I'm talking about Fortune 500, these big enterprises, I want you to really hear this. If your only sole objective in your entire enterprise is solely profit, you are missing the mark, because money is worthless after you leave this planet. Worthless. So, but what is worth something? What are you doing with your resources? It's okay to accumulate resources. It's okay to accumulate profit, but profit for profit's sake is worthless. You must give back. You must develop. You must create a better world for people to dwell in. So I'm going to take that and go to the next level, which is our generations that are coming up. And I want to talk to our young people. Young people are like, well, what's my purpose? Your purpose is just this. Your purpose is to create a new world. We've had our world. We've done our world. We have created for the last 60 years and got to this point in the world that we've created. Your job is to take what we have done and recreate it. Your job is to recreate our world. And you are doing that. In the digital economy, this is taking shape. So we're moving away from this baby boomer mindset and it's Gen X mindset, and the millennials are now inheriting this. In our Gen X and Gen Y, they are digital natives. This world is changing dramatically and shifting, and they're coming into the workforce and they're saying, I'm not doing 30, 40 years here. Or
I know that's right.
Your sole objective is just profits and revenue and loss, and that's how you gauge what you do. What is your purpose beyond? If you're not doing anything from a social impact, how are you changing society with your product or service? I want to work for somebody that has a cause, has a pulse, has a life force that's doing something. I will then lend my life force to that cause to make it better. And then you're going to get into more collaborative fabrics in the workforce. You know what? I like that project. You start looking at job opportunities more or less as projects. I would do that project for 3 to 6 months. I'll do that project for 3 to 6 years, depending on what it is I'll be involved in. How much time do I have to do other things? This is the gig economy. Yeah. This is what our creators are doing in the digital space.
That's so good, Grant. That is so good. So how do you help people? For example, let's just take me for example. I come to your organization, 5-Star BDM, and I say, I need you to help me with personal branding. How do you help? What do you do? What's the initial starting process to get involved with your organization?
Are you brave? Are you that brave, Barbara?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I do. I take you through the BRAVE framework. And my BRAVE framework, because when I work with people, especially from career development, business development, I take them through my framework called BRAVE, because you've got to be brave in this world. You've got to be bold. You've got to be resilient. You've got to have some assets. You've got to be visible, and you've got to have experience. That's BRAVE. And that brave, I take you through a lot of different things depending on what it is that you're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
Right. So we start looking at your brand identity first. And that brand identity goes back to what we were just talking about a little earlier, is your story. What is your story up till now? And how do you define that story? What does that look like? You must have a clear point of view when it comes to developing your business. And really that's developing your brand. What is your clear point of view, and how does that tie into your personal story? So what do I mean by that? And I love telling the story because I learned this from another brand strategist by the name of Mike Kim. And I think he was very clear about this. He said, your business story must be something you would tell at a campfire in the dark around other friends and relatives and people that are interested in your story. You must be able to sit down at that campfire and tell your story that's so interesting, so compelling, with such curiosity, and it's your point of view. This is where I stand on my little anthill, and I tell you my point of view about this. And he said, most of the time, that point of view needs to have elements of two different things. And what are those two things? First, what makes you cry? What is so compelling about what you're doing or what you're trying to accomplish that makes you cry when you think about it? I know I cry when I look at LinkedIn profiles and other things, and I'm like, you're missing the opportunity to be visible. You're missing the opportunity to tell your story. You're not going to be successful. And if you would just tweak a couple of different things here, you could then turn on the faucet for your business and your profits. And that makes me cry when I look at that. And it also makes me pissed off. He said, what makes you cry and what pisses you off? And you kind of heard a little bit of thing about what pisses me off around social impact or being in business for profit only. Profit, again, as like I said, has its place. Yes, you need profits. Absolutely. Get as many profits. But what is the point of it? What are you doing with it? How are you enabling something to be better than where you found it? So your point of view needs to have those elements. That's going to be the linchpin of your business. That's what I call brand identity. And then you start to get into research. That is the R. You've got to now look at that. Once you've identified your point of view, you've identified your story, your business story, your personal story, you start looking at the research around the business you want to go into. Who's doing what you're doing? What are they doing? How are they doing it? What are they good at? What are they bad at? Start looking at the reviews that are out there, because this is a key. I'm going to give you this tidbit of information to our audience. What you want to look at is not so much what they do good. You want to know what they have gaps in. Like, okay, reading their reviews on social media, all these things, like, you know what? They deliver, but their audience is saying they lack in these areas. Right. So if you, in your product or service, are an expert in this area, guess what you've done? You've created an opportunity for yourself, right? And then we get into what I call the assets or the aesthetics of where you're at. What is your assets for them to bring forth your story? This is your platform. So important to have a platform. And what are you using for your platform to tell your story? Your platform could be your website. You're on LinkedIn. You're on social media. You're doing a lot of public events. You've got PR. You've got to understand you have to have a platform. You can't just stand outside of your store window today with a sign out. You can. It's tax time. You probably see them out there. Right?
You can.
You know, you'll get some people, but you'll get 3 and I'll get 300 because I have a better reach and I have more visibility. So that you, what is your assets? What is your platform? What are you going to stand this on top of to tell your story? And then you make it visible. You go through the action steps of making it visible. You truly understand your customer journey. The biggest thing we need to do, and I advise my clients on this, is not only do you need to understand your product and service, not only do you need to understand what you bring to the table and your intellectual capital. Not only do you need to understand all those things, then all the finances you're going to need to understand how to develop and promote and gain business share. You need to understand your audience better than all those things.
Anybody else. That's right.
Than anything else. You got to put that to the side and understand your client better. I remember when I heard that for the first time, like, that's a game changer, because people they want to express themselves. They want to talk about these things, and they will tell you what their experience was with whatever they're going through in life. And that goes back to my beginning about why do I do personal branding? Why do I have a personal brand podcast? Because I love to engage with my audience. I want to hear what's going on. I want to know what's important for them. And I want to bring that forth. So when their network tunes in to what they're talking about, they're bringing me along for the ride. So it becomes very, very powerful. And then get to that E, which is the end of Brave. Once you become very visible, that is, you're going to do some evaluation. You're going to step back. You're going to do a little meditation about that. You're going to look at what you are doing, and you're going to make tweaks. You're going to measure. You're going to have metrics. You've got to see where you're at. Are you attaining the goals that you set out to attain or not? Right. And then you need to go back and reiterate everything you just did to make those adjustments in what you do. So that's the Brave framework, and that's what I do for my clients.
That's why you asked me if I was brave. Yeah, I'm brave.
You are brave. You got to be brave to step out, right?
My coach says about the marketplace and knowing your audience, he or she who knows their audience best wins. That's her statement. My coach says that. But this has been a phenomenal conversation. I don't know, there were some questions I was supposed to ask you, but you have been so intriguing. I think I went off script or something like that. But
you've asked the right questions. Our point here is to educate and give insightful information to our audience. I want them to have key takeaways, like, what can I do in my business? What can I do? What is Grant doing that I can then implement into what I am trying to accomplish? You're going to take a look at your challenges, the root cause of those challenges. And it's okay to say, you know what, I don't have all the answers.
Right.
You don't. And I want to say this one thing, because I've been a technologist for a long time. You need to understand how AI really works. Is that AI is a platform that's what I would call somewhat reactive to everything that you're putting into it. So it emboldens upon yourself to be able to ask intelligent questions in order to get the answers that are going to help you. So you can't just dumb it down. You can't just give it something that's so generic and it doesn't have any insight in it. If you don't give it insight, it cannot give you insight back. That's just one thing. And I also want to get back to what Barbara was saying. Remember the difference between private and public. AI in its current state and generative AI, and that is your ChatGPT, your Claude, your Gemini, Bard, your Copilot. Those are public entities. So the information that you put into them can be used anywhere in the public. So be careful about those things that you're putting out there. The things that I do are intentionally public. I want all the search engines, and people don't realize LinkedIn is a search engine. It's a search engine. If you know how to utilize the right tags, the right SEO, you will rank in search over and over again for people to find you. I'm intentional when I'm on public platforms about putting my business out there, meaning my 5-star BDM business that I want you to know about. So that comes back to me so I can help our entrepreneurs and our people to get better.
That's wonderful, Grant. I got it. I was told we're getting a little feedback when one of us is talking. So I'm going to be switching back and forth on mute. Questions for you. You talked about your 5-Star BDM podcast. Does an entrepreneur incur a cost for coming to your podcast?
Good question. And it goes both ways. Now, here's the deal. Sometimes I'll reach out and I'll ask someone to be on my show because I want them to be on my show because they have a very interesting story. So when I do that, I do not charge my client for that. But I do ask them to promote the show and put it out there because we incur costs for everything that we do. Now, how do you get your best bang for your buck is that what I do is that for my clients, first, I take them through the Brave Brand Blueprint strategy. And just that strategy itself is a $1,500 investment. And then I ask them to be on the show. And when they're on the show, it's not just like me and you talking right now. It is, but what I'm doing is I'm creating brand assets. I'm going to create a customized cover art for you. I'm going to create a video for you. I'm going to create a press release for you. I'm going to advertise you not only on my podcast, which will be throughout all the different podcast stations, whether it's on Apple, Spotify, Google, and the like. I'm also going to put you on a TV broadcast, not only on my LinkedIn Live, but then it goes out across all Pod TV stations and another station that I have, which is called the OurTV.network. So you get enormous reach. And for that, I charge $1,000. So the entire package. And a lot of people like, Grant, you're not charging enough. And you're probably right. But it's a $2,500 investment. And at the end of the day, you are completely branded as far as who you are, what you do, what your business is about. This is content now that I've created for you that you can now repurpose. You can repurpose for in your business, put it on your website for years to come. So it's a one-time investment that you can repurpose over and over again in your particular endeavor.
That is phenomenal information because when you have those brand assets and they are digital brand assets, they are on the internet and in the internet space forever. They can't be taken down ever. I mean, they can't be eliminated, erased ever. And so that's a huge, huge thing to let people know that it is not a one and done. It's done for you, but you have this asset that you can promote your business forevermore. Amen. So I am super excited, Grant, as always, to see you. You're no stranger to the Black Business Network. You've been around these parts in these here Black Business Network streets for a long time.
Yes, and for a reason, because it helps me to brand my particular business. There's an alignment. You have to have an alignment on the different things that you're doing. We are promoting Black entrepreneurs, Black business worldwide, and I want my 5-Star BDM business to be known worldwide. So we have a great relationship.
And I'm so grateful for that relationship. Good to see you again. You're doing phenomenal things. I'm going to tap into your resources very, very soon. Got some other things I'm working on right now, but yes, I look and see the value that you are to the marketplace, and I appreciate and applaud what you're doing for all of our young people, as well as some of us old heads out here still trying to brand. So I'm appreciative of what you do. Tell us how we get in touch with you. One last outtake. How do we get in touch with Grant McGaugh and 5-Star BDM?
Please, I invite the entire audience to go to the website at 5, that's the number 5, that's star, STAR, BDM.com. That stands for Brand Development Masters. So that's 5starbdm.com. You can send me an email at grant.mcgaugh, that's MCGAUGH, at 5starbdm.com. Obviously, you can see me on my LinkedIn. Right now, I am in live on the 5-Star BDM Network with the Black Business Network Expo Olympics this entire week. So I'm very excited.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much again, Grant. I can't thank you enough for being here. You have made the morning definitely all worthwhile being here with you, alongside you. Thank you so much. Grant McGaw has been here, 5-star BDM, and also one of the promoters and sponsors. Thank you again. And I will promise you this, see you on the other side. Grant McGaw has been an exceptional guest, as usual, on the Black Business Network. I want you to know that this is not just for no reason. The Black Business Expo USA is promoting a mission. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for our high school seniors going to college and our K through 12 entrepreneurs. We got to help our babies. This expo is a fundraiser for students. So students, you can go to blackbusinessexpousa.com and get your information there to be a part of the scholarship. The scholarship fund can be funded with your Cash App. There is a cash tag that's $BBX USA. You can scan the code on the corner of the screen. Our goal is to give laptops to 10 students, up to 10 students, and up to $5,000 each. Again, go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to register as a student and donate to the scholarship fund. Every single dollar counts. And so we want to remind you constantly throughout the broadcast to donate to the scholarship fund. We also always thank our sponsors for their participation in the Black Business Olympics and the Black Business Expo. Our sponsors for March 2024 include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, the Hello LLC organization, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council. I'm so glad I can say that fluently now. Step Management, BHS and Associates LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, 5-star BDM Media, we just heard from Grant McGaw, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and of course, Black Business Expo USA is a sponsor. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be, a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Yes, I am back. Great. And my mic, my mic's on. Okay. Good afternoon. It's still morning. Good morning. It's been a long morning, an exciting morning, a phenomenal morning with the guests that we've had on. Let me tell you, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, if you're not here, you are missing some of the greatest information and transformation that you could possibly get in this 4-hour period. Come on to the Black Business Expo right now. Get in where you fit in. I'm your moderator, Barbara H. Smith, and today on the Black Business Network, which is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders just like you. We have speakers from everywhere, including North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all the cities across the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is no stranger to the Black Business Expo. She is the president and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. She is a 22-year Army veteran. Thank you so much for your service. An international TEDx speaker, an international best-selling author, creator of the online course, Crack the Career Code, Unlock the Amazing Power Within to Lead with Confidence, Charisma, and Credibility. She is also the host of the Success for Women radio and TV show, a career strategist, trainer, and business consultant, helping women progress in their career into upper management and executive level positions. She provides them with a fast track, a comprehensive toolkit of life skills and abilities. She also helps women and female veterans who are transitioning out of the workplace and military into business entrepreneurship. She has several, too many to name, awards and accolades, but she was just awarded the Prince George's Chamber of Commerce 2023 Excellence in Business Visionary of the Year Award. She's also received the Most Influential Women Empowerment Coach Award from the Canadian Ambassador, Her Excellency Denisa Gokovi. She has also been selected for the 2022 Joe Mans Black Wall Street Award and the 2022 Veterans Champion of the Year, VCOY, in corporate America. The 2022 VCOY corporate list honors 30 champions who advocate for our nation's veterans in the civilian workforce. I am so excited for her accolades, especially I honor her service. She was selected to receive the Acquisition International 2022 Most Empowering Women Success Coach and Award. Among her many, many accolades, she has been quoted and written in, I can't even tell you how many magazines. Her mission is simple: help women accelerate their path to success. And her personal quote is, being proud of your background and unique attributes will ensure continued growth. Recognition provides the opportunity to speak about and showcase our experiences as women exhibiting strength in the business world. Help me bring up the phenomenal Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis.
Wow. Let me look around. You sure you're talking about me? I'm gonna have to have you introduce me all the time. I don't recognize that person.
The incredible Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. You are.
Oh my goodness. And Nate just put me with the incredible Barbara H. Smith. Oh, what an honor. What an honor.
So much. Let me tell you, it's been a minute since we saw each other. Last time we saw each other, I was practicing to become a TEDx speaker, and you were one of the coaches. I have to tell you, I am so excited to have you on the Black Business Expo, Black Business Olympics Network today.
Thank you.
Time to have some me time with you.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I must congratulate you too on your TEDx talk.
Thank you.
I looked at it, girl. I did.
It was right controversial.
Kudos to you. I said, when I heard you were gonna be doing yours, I'm like, oh yeah, she gonna rock that. She gonna rock it.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to hear you say that as my coach for the TEDx. So let's get right into what makes Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis tick. I want to talk about, I know because I worked for United States Joint Forces Command many, many years ago, that the forces don't play nice together in the sandbox. That's first. Let's just say that. Let's put that out there. But as a woman, I was in technology as a contractor with them, and I realized how difficult it was for me in an all-male, mostly white, predominantly white, to excel and achieve. You, on the other hand, were in the military, and the Army, to me, is probably one of the most difficult ones. Maybe Marines are a little bit more difficult for women to achieve, ascend, and climb in the ranks. Tell us what that was like.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, let me just say, going into the military was a decision that was made probably by a little bit of force because I had received a scholarship to go to college. And once I got there, when you're raised and you're protected the whole time and everybody keep you closely. So when you get on your own, sometimes you just go, buck wow. Okay. Buck wow.
I was going to say buck wow, but you said it so I can say it too.
So when I got there, it's like, oh man, I was feeling the freedom. And wouldn't you know, I lost my scholarship because I wasn't where I was supposed to be when I was supposed to be there. Okay. And when I went home and I told my mom that I had lost the scholarship, well, she calmly looked at me, and you'd have to know my mom. When she's calm, that's when you really need to get work.
Some fire raging. Some fire raging.
Yes, yes. So she calmly looked at me and she says, well, I don't know how you're going to do it. She said, but you got 6 months to figure out how you're going to pay for college. I'm thinking 6 months. That's kind of generous on her part. You see? But I started thinking, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And I had a girlfriend of mine we graduated from high school at the same time, and she went right into the military. And she would write me and talk about how much fun she was having and this, that, and the other thing. She was assigned to Spain, and they were just having a great time. So I thought, hey, I'm going to join the military. I'm going to get assigned to Spain, and I'm going to have fun, and they're going to pay for my college. Well, they did pay for the school. Okay, I got to give them credit for that. But let me tell you, the closest I got to Spain was when we were headed to Germany, and they had they landed the plane there to refuel. We didn't even get off the plane, okay? That's the closest I got to Spain. So needless to say, it's still on my bucket list, which I will fulfill at the end of this year. But being in the military, it was an experience for me. It was a growing experience for one, discipline experience. But when I got there and I was assigned to a unit, one of the first things that happened to me was that one of the sergeants took me aside and he said to me, he said, Lewis, what do you want to get out of the military? And I'm thinking, well, I'm not going to tell them I'm just here so they could pay for my school and I could go to Spain. So I said, well, I want to go as far as I can. That's what I said to him. He says, okay, well, I'm going to show you how you can do that. And he gave me some tips, one of which is when you're assigned to a different unit, every unit you go to, get that unit's training. The military call it military operational specialty, which is MOS.
MOS,
and I did that. Yeah, I did that. Every unit I was assigned to, I would get the training. And just so happened, a couple of the MOSs that I did get, one being 38 Alpha, which was civil affairs, I also had the transportation. And most of these units were, like you said, male-dominated units. Your females, they just were one hand, maybe two fingers, So because I had the training, whenever I put in for promotion, that looked good on my packet. And, I started getting other women coming to me, wanting to know, well, how are you getting these promotions? What are you doing? But it's interesting when someone gives you information or take the time to sit down and just share their knowledge with you. Don't let it go in one ear and out the other.
That part. Pause right there.
Yeah.
Because people don't have to take time with you and sit down and tell you anything.
No.
And when they do, it's because they see something in you and they want you to excel. So and mentorship is critical when you go into environments where you don't know. Absolutely. Go ahead, tell your story.
Absolutely. And, like I said, from there, that is how I started moving up the ranks, because I took the opportunity, or took the initiative, I should say, whenever I got into a unit, to get that unit's training. And because of that, I wound up sometimes being one of the only females to have the training. And so when my packet would go up for promotion and they look at it as like, wow, she got this, she's done this, she's been here. And that was another thing, the traveling. At the time, I'm young, so I love to travel. So whenever there was sometimes an assignment where you had to go here, go there, I was not opposed to going. I didn't give them any flack about having to go to Poland or Germany or all these different places. You know, I didn't argue about that. I didn't have a problem with being assigned to these places, freezing my little hiney off, but I didn't have a problem with it, you know. But and again, you never know. Like I said, when I had the ladies coming to me and wanting to find out how I was doing it, you also never know who's watching you, and that's why you always have to be at your best, and also you know, the knowledge and the skills. Be willing to share what someone else shared with you, because had that not happened to me when I first came into the military, if that sergeant hadn't taken me aside and did what he did, I mean, like you said, he didn't have to do that. So why would I not share my skills, my knowledge, my whatever information that I could, you know, give to someone? Why would I not do that? But from the military, I went into civilian federal government, and the same thing happened. You know, I wound up moving up the ranks, but that again came from someone sitting me down. And because I was laid off in one of the positions that I had gotten, one of the jobs I had gotten, I got laid off, and I'm trying to figure out, well, why? I mean, I wasn't getting a bad review. I can't understand why this happened to me. I need some answers, you know? So when I talked to a friend that was in a higher position, actually was a friend of my mom's, and I called him and I said, you know, hey, can we go to lunch? I just need to run something by you. Maybe you could give me some advice. And when I told her about being laid off, and, you know, there's people that came on at the same time that I did, but they weren't laid off. And I knew that, you know, there was no problems with my work ethics. And so she asked me, she said, well, let me ask you this. Did you have a mentor? I said, no. She said, did you have a sponsor? I said, no. She said, did you have an advisor? I said, no. She said, then that was your problem. She said, because one or all of them would have been able to give you a heads up to say, hey, this is coming down the pike. You might want to move out of that department over here, you know, and that would have maybe eliminated you being laid off. And so from there, every other position, every time I went somewhere else for a position, I always made sure that I had a mentor, that I had someone that could sponsor me for something maybe that was going on, a program or whatever. And that's what I started doing. I started making sure that I researched the organization. I knew different things. Like I remember in one organization, I was on their recruitment team. People started coming to me, how'd you get on the recruitment team? Because we were going out to colleges, you know, and recruiting for the organization. How'd you get on the recruitment team? I didn't even know they had one. I'm like, well, it's on the website. All you had to do is pull it up and do your research, know what's going on in the organization that you work for. And because of those different things, that is how I started moving up, because believe it or not, people started noticing me. You know, they just started noticing the things that I was doing and how I was putting myself out there to be visible, which is one of the things that I teach my clients, you know, when they come to me for advice as far as moving up in their career. Don't sit in the back of the room. You need to be visible. You need to let people know what you know, and that's kind of how things just started progressing for me, just because of taking advice and then taking the initiative and implementing what I received.
That is so good, and it's so true. But the thing that a lot of people struggle with is sharing information, and I'm not one of those. And so I love and applaud that you are also one of those people who, when I learn something, I want to share. I want to help someone else come up higher. I want to help someone. I want to leave a legacy of, she was here because of this, and this.
Absolutely.
Thing that I learned from her sharing her information. So I want to talk now some about, thank you so much for that. That was really, really, impactful for me, and I hope for our audience. I want to talk some now about your business of helping women, entrepreneurs, and military. I know there are a lot of people, let's talk first about the military, that are exiting the military, and they're not just exiting the military because of their own careers. Some women are exiting the military. People don't recognize that spouses are also in the military. They don't recognize that they sacrifice sometimes even much more than the spouse that's in the military. And so they put their careers on hold, and they put their lives on hold, raising children and doing all the things that they need to do as a military spouse. But when that spouse now retires from the military or comes out of the military, they sometimes are left with what do I do with myself now? The children are all grown, and now they're left with what do I do? What's some of the advice and tips and techniques and traits that you use in your business that help these women?
Well, for one thing, as you said, they're coming out of the military, which means now they have to remember that skill set that they had in the military has to be tweaked a little bit to fit the civilian world. You know, so the first thing they have to do is, if they, especially, if they want to start a business, that total mindset has to change. Yes, your business should be run in an organized manner, but it should not be run as if it was you're taking prisoners and and changing them to the desk or something like that. You know what I mean?
Different. Yes, yeah, I do know what you mean, because a lot of people don't understand the military mindset. Number one, it's a rank order structure.
Yes.
If I outrank you, you just do what I say.
You do what I say. You do what I say.
But that's not the same mindset that the civilians
done. You got to get that job done. If you're given an order to do something, then you're supposed to get the job done. And your mentality is supposed to be, nothing's going to get in my way and nothing's going to stop me. Now, the one thing I will say is that you are supposed to have the person next to you's back. Now, that is the thing. So when they come out of the military, that mentality of, when I give you an order, you just supposed to just do it blindly, whatever. It's like, now we got to get more into the collaboration part of it. You got to get more into being able to work with other people, not just, yes, I know what my specialty is and I can do my specialty. And if you can't handle what I'm doing, then you need to stand there and just watch me. No, it doesn't work like that anymore. We gotta change that a little bit. And for women, especially if she was a ranking female, it's hard to really order men around and make sure that they do what you say, because your voice has to take on a different tone. Your mannerism has to take on a different tone.
Yes, ma'am.
So now you want to make sure that, yes, you're running your business, and you still have to, when you say something, you want them to, take you serious, but it still doesn't, we still got to tweak that a little bit. We got to
more. It's collaborative.
Yeah, exactly. And so those are the things that we work on to make sure that when they come out, they understand the difference between the military environment and the civilian environment. And sometimes it takes a little bit of adjustment. And even when those that don't want to go into business and they want to go into a career, that resume, that military packet has to be changed so that it looks like a civilian resume. The fact that you were an engineer in the military and you come out and you want to be an engineer out here in the civilian world, you got to write that language so that they understand what you did in the military. Military are they're famous, well, federal government period, are famous for acronyms. Yes, they are famous for acronyms. Everything is an acronym. You cannot keep that. You gotta spell that out, okay? Yeah, and then and once you break it, you still got in some cases be able to explain it so that they understand it in the civilian world, so that they know it's not, oh, that's all you did. No, that's not all. Here's what I did, and here's how I did it, and here's how I made it come together. But this is how I helped my unit to accomplish whatever needed to be accomplished. So it sometimes it takes a little bit of patience, but it can be done. But it does, they do have to change that mindset a lot of times when they're coming out.
Yeah, it's not, and it's also not just this is what I did. Oh, and that's not all you did, but this is how it transfers into a civilian, which a lot of times is even more powerful, because in the military, they do things so many times, so many repetitions, that they even forget how powerful and how much more they're actually doing than civilians are doing.
Second nature,
it's second nature for them. And so they think that, oh, they may put it on paper as, oh, this was just what I did. No. There's a whole litany of things behind what you did to get to this result. And so I'm so grateful that they have proponents like yourself that help them translate and transfer those transferable skills, because there's almost no skill that the military trains that cannot be transferred into the civilian market.
And to be able, like you said, to explain them too, to because you've been some have been in the military for so many years until that language, they just, they also sometimes have to change that language, the way they talk to the civilian world, but it can be done. It can be done.
Again, when I worked as a contractor, I had a few colonels and a few lieutenants tell me, I just told you to do X, Y, Z. I said, yeah, but I'm not in the military, so you can't just tell me what to do, that
exactly.
kind of thing.
Yeah,
and
they
female, that whole thing. Anyway, we won't go there. I want to know some now about your Success Institute, the Executive Women Success Institute. Tell us how that got formed and what it is all about, and how do women enroll into that?
Well, it started, as I said, when you don't realize, who's watching you. Because I had women coming to me when I was in the military, wanting to know how I was moving up the ranks. And then when I got into civilian government, women, I had the same thing. Women coming to me, they wanted me to go over their resume. They wanted me to do mock interviews with them, just all kinds of things. And I thought, well, why don't I do this on a larger scale? How can I do this on a larger scale? So I started thinking, well, I'll just put together programs. I'll start a business, implement some things. One of the things I did was I interviewed 20 women in and around the Washington, D.C. area who were in high power positions, the senior executive level position, so that I could find out how they got there, how they stayed there, the obstacles they faced, and different things like that. And that is how I was able to, just from the research, from talking to these women, that's how I put together my 8 Habits of Highly Successful Women program. And when they enroll in that program, we definitely go through everything step by step, so that when they get out of that program, if they are looking or aspire to become upper management or move into executive level positions, by the time they come out of that program, they should have the confidence, the assertiveness, and everything that they need to be able to do that. Because it's like, if I got to get a bat and bop you over the head and tell you get it, it's like you're not going to leave out and you're not sure of yourself. You're not going to leave out. It's like one of the things that I say, as a matter of fact, in a TED Talk, and it came from a Harvard review. It says men will apply for a position when they have only 60% of what they need to apply.
That's
women
right.
will look at that same position and think, oh, I need to have 100%. No, you don't.
No,
you don't. No. Just like the men feel like I can do it, even though I don't have all the qualifications, but they feel like they can get in that position and learn it. So can you as a female. So can you. And I had someone to tell me that when I applied for a position and I went to them and I said, hey, what do you think about this? It was a position doing surveillance. And of course, I'd never done surveillance before, but I looked at that position because I had worked at the time I was working in the steno pool as a stenographer. And when I looked around and some of those women had been sitting there for 15 years doing the same thing, I thought, oh no, I am not going to sit here that long. And so I started looking for something else so that I could get out of there. And I ran across this position and I was reading it and it said, surveillance, different things you had to do, follow people around and communication skills and be able to write a report. And I thought, I can do that. And so when I talked to this one lady that I really admired, sort of, she was doing some things that I felt like I wanted to do. So I contacted her, sat down, talked to her. And, she said to me, and I'm good at following people's advice. When you say something to me, it becomes golden. Okay. She said, when you fill out that paperwork, make it sound like you can walk on water. She said, because your purpose is to get to the interview and then you sell yourself. That's what she said to me.
That's
and
right.
It was, don't put anything in there that's not true. But whatever you've done, you make sure that you put it so that they will want to say, oh, I want to know more about her. Don't downplay it. Yeah, don't downplay it. You make sure you write it so that they want to know more about you. And believe it or not, I took her advice, got the interview. They flew me to Houston for the interview, went through the interview, and I got the position. That's actually one of the reasons I wound up here in Washington, D.C. because of that. But it's just that, again, when when someone has the knowledge, be willing to listen to advice, be willing to implement it, for one thing. And had she not said that to me, maybe I would have looked at it with the eye of I can't, maybe I can't do this, and this. But once she said that to me, I looked at that position. I was like, yeah, I could do that. And to me, that's what you need when you have to have that confidence. And that's one of the two things that I really try to make sure that women who come through my program always have: the confidence in themselves and be assertive. And I'm not saying, when I say be assertive, I'm not saying be obnoxious or be ugly, be nasty, anything like that. But when you're assertive, it means that you can walk into a room, you can stand up in front of an audience, you can speak, you can, do what you need to do, say what you need to say, because you have the knowledge and the skills to back it up. Because we also know, as females, we're always going to be challenged.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Oh yeah, we're always going to be challenged. So,
and I was going to add to that. I was going to add to that in that same vein of not wanting to apply for things that we think we're less than qualified for. We also don't negotiate.
Tell me about it. I just did an article on
Talk
that.
About that.
Oh, yes, we don't. Because years ago I had wrote an article on that, and I thought, now it's time to refresh that. That needs to come out again about negotiating, and the reason why I thought about it is because, now that we've been through the pandemic, people are working remotely. You got to remember, if you're at home, you still got to make yourself visible. You can't be at home and when they have a meeting or what have you, you don't speak up. Are you not prepared? Or you just get on there and, you got all these other things on the mind because you got to do the laundry and all of that because you're sitting at home. No. You have to remember you are still in the game. And if you want that playing field to be level, you got to play on the field. You can't sit back and watch everybody else doing whatever and then wonder why. Oh, I wonder why I didn't get that position. Well, what did you do to get it? What were you doing?
That's facts.
Mm-hmm.
You You can't sit in the sidelines and think you're playing in the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That was anyway. I am so excited about your work, and I'm interested. You have a TV show and a radio show. Talk to us some about what that entails. What's the content? Who are you looking for as guests on your show?
Well, I, of course, bring guests on the show that will make an impact for women. You know, my passion is helping women to succeed, helping them to accelerate. So I bring guests on the show that have done things that I feel, you know, another woman might be sitting out there saying, oh, I can't do that. But if she sees you on the show and you've stood up on the stage in front of hundreds of people and did a TEDx talk, she can now say, wow, if Barbara H. Smith did it, I can do it too. That's what the show is meant to do. It's a lot of my guests are women. I do bring on men. I bring men on who also can share information to show women that that's something you can do too. You know, so that it's basically, that's what the show is all about, just to show other women that there are women out there doing what you might want to do, but you might feel a little unsure of yourself, saying that, you know, coming up with those what ifs. What if I fail? Well, what if you do? But you'll never know if you don't try it. And if she did it,
how about that?
Yeah. So that is what the show is all about. And I just love it's actually in its 7th season now. I've been doing it for 7 seasons, and I'm excited about that. When I was thinking about that one day, and I thought, wow, you've been doing this for 7 seasons. I actually had not thought about it until then. But I'm really glad about that, because it really made me feel good to see where the show started from audio only, and now it's the TV portion too. But the fact that it's been going for that long, and the guests that I've been able to bring on to share their expertise, share their success nuggets, and just share their stories, you know, to let, like I say, other women know that they can do the same thing. And just don't doubt yourself. Know that you have the worth. Know that you have the value.
Right.
Know that
we have a problem in that area.
Oh, yeah. We have a problem in that area. And we have, like you said earlier, a problem with sharing information. And that's one thing I don't understand, because I always feel like there's enough out there for all of us. You don't have to just keep what you have right here. You know, there's enough for all of us out there. And when you collaborate with somebody, that just makes your audience bigger. You know, it does. People don't understand that. If you're doing it all by yourself, then that's where you are, all by yourself. But when you reach out to others, and they reach out to others, and they reach out to others, think about how far then you're going.
It's that network.
I mean, yeah.
Expand your network. So what time, what day, what's your cadence on your TV show?
Well, the show is done on Thursdays, 2 p.m. on Thursdays, and also on Fridays at 7 p.m. So if anyone wanted to tune in, if they wanted to be a guest, they felt like what they have to share, their story, maybe about a book they've written, and they want to tell us about it, you know, anything. If you're female and you feel like you have information that you want to share that will make an impact on other women, then reach out to me. Let me know. Let's talk. Let's chat. I am open to bringing you on and letting you share your story, because that's what the show is all about. It's not about me. It's about bringing other people to you so that you can see that you can do it too. Yeah.
What's on mute? How do we get in touch with you to get on? How did the audience get in touch?
Well, if they want to reach out to me, they can email me at info@exwsi.com. That's info@exwsi.com. exwsi.com, or they can go to my website, www.exwsi.com, and there's a contact page on there. They can send, the information through that contact page on my website also. Yep.
That is so wonderful to know. I might be checking you out on that show. Just to say.
Oh yes. You definitely actually you need to come on the show and tell us about all your celebrity speaker training stuff, so people know, hey, come on.
Absolutely. I would welcome the invitation. I welcome the invitation. I will definitely reach out to you. For our last part of what I want to ask you about, you have done so many things. You've been awarded so many awards and accolades. What would you say is your most, I guess, impactful to you moment in your life as a woman or a business owner or a military person? What was the most impactful thing for you that you can impart into the audience?
Well, if I look at the awards, then the most impactful award for me would be the one that I received from my county, the Chamber of Commerce, Prince George's Chamber of Commerce. And the reason why is because I've gotten lots of awards for lots of different things, but to be recognized by your community, to me, that was just, I was speechless. I was really speechless, because it just says to me, if my community thinks that I'm doing something worthwhile or something that help others, then I must be doing something right. And that's what my goal is, just to make sure that I'm doing the right thing, that I'm reaching the people that need to be reached, that I'm making the impact that that I'm trying to make. And for them to recognize that to me was the best for me. It really was. That was the moment that I thought to myself, okay, I can continue doing what I'm doing because I believe I'm on the right track.
That's excellent. Yeah. One and last and final question. Well, two. How do we reach out to you? We just got through that. I want you to say that again. But the last question I have for you, after you tell us this last question, please tell us how to reach out to you again. But the last question is, young people are looking at you. Young people are looking at this broadcast. What would you tell a young female author, entrepreneur, somebody who wants to go into career, one of the most important things that you learn that they can take with them?
Okay. Well, first of all, to reach out to me, they can again contact me by email, which is info@exwsi.com, or go to my website. The contact page is on there, www.exwsi.com. And of course, I'm on all the social media sites too. They can DM me if they'd like. The thing that I would say to the young people out there that's watching me is never, ever give up on yourself. You get people that will tell you you can't do this or you shouldn't do that, or if I was you, I wouldn't. But you got to look at that from a different perspective. What are they doing? When they're telling you not to do it, what are they doing or what have they done? And also make sure that whatever you do, you always, always remember the integrity part. Do not ever, let your character be destroyed by anything that shouldn't be, that is wrong. Don't even be on the fence about it. If you know that it's not right, or you have a feeling it's not right, then don't even go there. The money is not worth it, because my theory is if you do what you love, the money will come. So don't let your integrity be destroyed because maybe you want to make an extra dollar on something. And final thing I will say is remember that taking advice from someone is not a sign of weakness. It's actually a sign of intelligence. It's knowing that you don't know it all and you don't have to do it by yourself. There's other people that out there that has the knowledge that's doing things that you might want to do. So if they give you some advice, take it. But more importantly, take it and implement it. Don't just sit on it. Don't just say, oh, they think they know it all, but implement it. And that's what I would say. Make sure that you know that you're worth it and that you're valued. That would be my advice to them today. Yep. So thank you again. I want to thank Ms. Barbara H. Smith for her wonderful questions that she asked me. I really appreciate that beautiful introduction that she gave me. I appreciate that. And I also always appreciate and am honored to be on this platform, the Black Business Network. Always honored to be here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madeline. You have been a phenomenal guest. It's that time again. It seems like the time went so fast, but genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
We are still promoting our
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.